Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whichever part of the world you are. Welcome to this webinar on preparing your data set for analysis. Can you please now confirm if you can hear us? Yeah, great. Thank you very much. Another very important webinar, and I'm pleased that members from across the world are now paying attention to these CPD resources that ACC has been offering. For this particular webinar, this is a regional webinar, and it's being live broadcasted in the entire Minasa region. So a lot of our friends, ACCA members from across the world are attending this session. We have been running webinars on Microsoft Excel since last year, and needless to say that Microsoft Excel continues. I mean, even the presence of so many ERPs, so many up-to-date modern softwares, Microsoft Excel still enjoys a pivotal position in the work that most of the accountants do around the world. This particular session was very important because all of us at some point in time do have to handle loads of data, and especially when you're transporting data from an ERP system into Microsoft Excel, there's a lot of tailoring that you have to do before you can start doing any analysis on it. So with that in mind, we had come up with this course, the contents of which our trainer Khurram Khan and I jointly worked out, and I think you will find this session very, very valuable, particularly from the perspective of handling data. We will not be running or running commands or sharing with you the commands for big data though, but this is mainly around how to cleanse your data and what kind of operations initially you perform while you're cleaning your data. So with that, I will hand over to Khurram, but before that, I'll just make a couple of announcements. Number one, you can ask questions as usual. I mean, let's keep this webinar interactive. However, I'll advise if you can keep your questions relevant to the point and only ask questions within the question and answer break. Number two, people always ask whether this webinar will be available in a recorded format or not. So as you might see on your screens, it says this webinar, this session is being recorded, and therefore the recording of the webinar will be available to you, a day after this session. So that was the second announcement. The third announcement was the handouts, the data, the worksheets that Khurram is going to use. My colleague Saif will email the worksheets to all the participants, and we'll try to upload this on on our GoToWebinar handouts section. But we've been facing some issues with it. In case you're unable to download the worksheet from there, you can always look at your emails, and by then Saif would have sent out the handouts email to all of you. Finally, about the certificates, please remember that we will send out the certificates to all the participants of this webinar within one working day. So with that, I will hand over to Khurram, and he will take it on from here. Let's hope you enjoy the webinar as well. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Harun. Assalamu alaikum, everyone.
Your files are all present here. Your screen is being shared. Screen sharing on होने वाली है. So once you open up your documents and the relevant worksheet, then you can do the screen sharing. Okay, screen sharing. once he's opened it.
Okay, fine. Once again, Assalamu alaikum, everyone. This webinar is on data preparation. And we all know it's quite cumbersome that we have some sort of a data and we want to make an analysis on that data. But the data is in that form which is not conducive to the data analysis. So what we need to do is we need to transform the data into a manner that will help us in making a good analysis on the data. Okay, the point is that this particular webinar focused on two aspects. One is there are certain general data issues that we find and we come across many questions people ask about the data, and we will address those general issues that is relevant to the data analysis or some of the operations that we want to make, but we are unable to make those operations because data is not in that particular form. And the second aspect is that we will be transforming the data that is viable for any data analysis. So in this particular webinar, we will be focusing on certain techniques, certain features, certain functions, and in the end, we will be focusing on Power Query, which is a very wonderful tool with the BI self-service BI tools component. It is an add-on. This provides excellent features, excellent capability, with the help of which you can transform of your data in countless ways. So we will be doing that at the end of the session. Maybe at the last hour of the session. But starting with this, these are not shared?
No, the screen is not being shared.
Okay, so kindly share this screen for me, please.
Can you open the presentation?
No, there is no presentation set. This is the first, I need to show them. Okay, for example, okay, is it done?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, sir. Okay, these are the files that I will be using in this webinar. General data issue, split column example, text data cleaning. These are some of the issues that we are facing, or we will be facing, or we have been facing, and we will be answering these questions that how we can resolve such issues. Whereas combining data, merging data, multiple file folder, these are the folders which I will be using for the pivot Power Query. Similarly, the unit, the unpivot example is for Power Query. So let's start with the general data issues. Okay. Okay. I hope you have this files with you, or you have downloaded these files. These are available to them.
What do you mean?
They can use it with me. They have to.
They have to use it?
Yes, they have
I
to.
can email them right now.
So kindly email them, right? So SAF is in the process of emailing these files to you. Okay. In the meantime, I will discuss some of the general issues that we will be facing or we are facing. Okay. For example, I'm just showing you. If you look at this particular example, we have this particular column and we have some sort of data that contains one error and that is not applicable. So sometimes we need to add these values. So what will happen when we will use the sum function, the answer, we won't get any answer. So we want to have the sum of these values, but the sum function won't allow us to do that. So there are certain techniques, one function, one technique that will be used to answer this question, something like this. Similarly, we may have this data set that we have received from a different software and we want to apply the searching sort of a thing. Maybe we are applying the VLOOKUP function and we are unable to find the related record. For example, if you look at this, this is OP113 and we have somewhere OP113. So we have this particular record right over here. But if I say use QC111 and I won't get any answer, although this data set, this record is right over here. So we will see how this will be resolved. Similarly, we have text to column issue. If you received data in this particular form and we want to have this data in that particular format, we will be using the text to column. How we will use that? Similarly, text to date, there is a problem that most of the time when we receive data from the external source, we have the data in that particular format, which is actually the text format. So how we will be converting this text to date. Similarly, we have this particular issue. Sometimes we have the minus sign on the right side of the numbers and we won't be able to perform any calculation on this data set. So we will be say applying some of the techniques or the function so that we have the data set like this and we can perform some function. Similarly, we may have data in this particular form that we have debit, credit along with these numbers and we are unable to do that. So we want to transform the data like this so that we can perform some calculation on this. Similarly, we have another data set. Maybe this is the data received which are developed by some pivot table and we get this data, but we will be unable to perform any sorting or filtering operation on this. So how will we be converting this particular data so that we can apply sorting or a filtering operation on that? And sometimes we have the data in this particular form and we want to convert this data into, or say normalize this data into a form which help us in making some sort of analysis in this data. We will unable to perform any of the calculation on this data set. But if the data is transformed like this, then we will make some sort of adjustment and this will be, this data will get normalized and then we will perform any operation that we want. And similarly, the same operation, the same issue will be dealt with the macro. So we will also discuss that how we use a macro to normalize this sort of the data.
Sorry to interrupt you, but I have to inform you that the file you asked for has been uploaded on GoToWebinar, and all the attendees can access those files in the handout section and download them. It's named by general data issues.
Okay, general data issue. Okay, fine. I'm giving you 1 minute to download it so that we can start our a presentation. Okay, please notify us that you have downloaded this file, workbook, so that we can start.
Yeah, it's done.
Okay, it's done. Good. Most of the attendees has done. Oh, fine.
You can start.
Okay, fine. This thing is some sort of first one to worksheet is a warm-up activity for you. Okay, let's start with this particular. We have this particular list and we have this values, and we have, in fact, we are comparing these two lists, right? And we have used a VLOOKUP function, and we all know what VLOOKUP function is. So VLOOKUP function has extracted some of these values based on this particular value. One is we have one in list 1, we have one in list 2, so correspondingly we have extracted value from this particular list. And similarly we have 2 here, we have 20 this. And we don't have any 13 over here, so we don't have any data from this column to that. So that is why we have not applicable. So we have extracted this value with the help of VLOOKUP function, and we have now what we want to do. We want to sum all of these values. Well, I have already applied a sum function, and you can see that we are unable to get the answer because in this particular range we have one error, which is NA, that forbid us to get the sum of these the remaining numerical values. So there are two ways to get the sum of this these values. One, let me copy this with this, so I will be using. So here I am using a technique, another function that is known as the if error function, and I have already discussed this function with most of the attendants in my previous webinar. So what this function does, if any of the functions gives you an error, so we want to perform something based on this error. If this function will provide or give you an error, then we want to respond that do something. In that particular case, what we are trying to do is that if in this particular VLOOKUP function, this VLOOKUP function either will give you the extracted value or will give us an error. So what I will do is I will use an if error function along with the VLOOKUP function. So if error function, so this whole function will give us either a value or an error. If this gives an error, so what this function will do, or what we want to do, if this function will give us an error, so we want to put a 0 in case of an error. So what will happen is that if this function will give this particular error, instead of this will put a 0 instead of not applicable. And if this does give us a value, then it won't give us 0. So let it be. So 10, copy it down, and we will see that we don't have any okay, if you look at this, we don't have any not applicable error here. Instead we have 0. So that is actually the case. So VLOOKUP function, this, if this gives an error, put 0 instead the error, and if it does not give an error, then extract the appropriate value. So if we use a sum function, now we have the answer like this. So this is one way of handling such data. Another important function. Okay, if I remove this function, and again copy it down, again I will have the not applicable function. Now again we have not applicable over here. Now what I will do is, I will not using the if error function. Now I will be using another function which is known as the aggregate function. So aggregate function will aggregate data, whether it is an average, it is a sum, or it is a count, or whatever. So this will give a certain functionality of various functions and some features that it provides, that with the help of which we can get the appropriate answer or the desired answer by eliminating these error values. Let me use this function. It's equal to aggregate. So aggregate is the function. This provides us a various options. So if you average, and the code of average is 1. Count, if we want to count these values, the code will be 2. If we want to extract the maximum value, the code will be 4. And similarly, somewhere the 9. 9 is the code for sum, and we want to do the sum. So what the first parameter of aggregate function is the number that represent the operation that we want to perform in that data range. So this is the 9. This is the sum function, and we have the comma. When we have the comma, then look at, we have another list of features with us. So what if we have the data, if the range contains some sort of an error or anything that this range has, what we want to do? Right now we have some errors over here. So what we want to do? We want to ignore those errors. So somewhere in this we have the ignore error values. So if we select this one, so this will give us, this is the code for ignoring error values in this particular option. And similarly, the next is the range that we need to provide. So this is the range. So this is the range, and if I select this one and click OK, I will get the answer. So this is the function, which is a very excellent function, and most people don't know this function and the power of this aggregate function. You can not only ignore the functions in a particular range, but there are certain other operations or the values that you have, you can perform some other operations as well. So these are the two of the technique that, two of the function that used to handle such type of data, that if you have the data and you want to perform some sort of a calculation, say some function, and there is an error and they don't give us the right answer, they are given not applicable, so want to get the sum, either you can use the if error function with the functions such as VLOOKUP, and second is the aggregate function that allow us to ignore the function, the errors and in a particular range so that we can get the required answer. So this is the first activity or the first issue that normally people face. Okay, the second issue that people face is getting the data or the searching the data from a data set. Just assuming that this is the data we have received from some of the external source, and we want to get the record based on their employee code. For example, we have QC111. So we have QC111 over here, and we want to extract this particular row based on QC111. This may be in some other work, this particular the data set is some other worksheet, and we want to extract data right from over here. So what actually is the problem? What might be the problem? There may be many problems. One is the problem of the data type, that it does not match. Maybe QC111 will be treated a text, maybe something different format. But the most common problem that we are having is when we have the data received from external source, the data is having certain built-in codes that is being generated by the external software. So we have that external codes along with the data which are invisible. So one of the issue is that when we receive that data, the lookup column from where we want to extract the data from, or we want to check the data based on that column, contains some sort of what you may call the spaces. So what we can do is we can remove these spaces. So if we able somehow to remove these spaces, then this issue will be resolved. So let's see what actually is the problem. So we want to M1. Okay, we want to look at M1. This is the M1. This is the range from where we want to extract the data. And we want to extract the second column. This is the name. And this is 0 means the exact match. Okay. So just assume that this is QC111. And we are getting the data from here, from this particular data set, right? If let me first verify what actually is the problem. We are just assuming that we have a space issue. So first of all, let's see how many characters these particular values has. So apparently it says QC111 5 characters long data. So whether we want to use the length function, len, len function is a function that will give you the number of characters present in a text value. So is equal to len, and we have this. Let's see. Okay, so if you look at this, we want to see the value how many characters this cell, the value may contain. Apparently it looks 5. If we use the function len in order to just check how many characters this cell contains, so this is 10 characters. Similarly, if you go a bit down, so some got 8, some got 8, 6, 7, 6, 7. So similarly, we have apparently different length of the characters. Some originally, if you look at this data set, column A, in this we have all 5 different values apparently, right? So this code consists of 5 characters, but by looking at this, the length function, we see that we have more than 5 characters. So what are these characters? And apparently the assumption that we were making that this cell may contain certain spaces seems irrelevant. So what we need to do is, so just Control Shift down, just delete this column. Just delete this column and use a function known as, let me just get that a little wider. Okay. Use a function trim is equal to trim. So trim is the function. Trim is a text function that will eliminate, that will end all the leading spaces, all the spaces within the text values, either on the left or on the right or somewhere in the middle. If we have, say for example, we have Muzaffar Zishan. I'm just giving you the example. If we have middle spaces in the middle of the value, if you have more than 2 spaces in these words, so trim function will only eliminate 1 within these 2 values. But whatever leading spaces we have, maybe 5, 10, 15, whatever, or maybe on the right, they will all eliminate there. But only in the middle, it will only give you, eliminate only 1, or it will leave only 1 space in between. So we have used the trim function and we have drag it down, and we have all these values, and let's see once again that these 2 values are identical or not. So that we can check with 2 different ways. One is equal to len function. So this is number 1, and is equal to len, the second value that we have obtained by applying the trim function. So we have 5. So this is, we have verified that 5 spaces have been eliminated. There is another way by which you can check whether these 2 values are identical or not. So I'm using the exact function. Exact function will check whether 2 values are identical or not, text 1, text 2. So this is A2, comma A1, and the answer should be false because this contains 5 extra spaces, and by using the trim function, we have eliminated the spaces. So we should get the false value over here. So we have the false value. So just to compare 2 text values, whether they are identical or not, you can have this function exec just to check whether these two values are identical or not. The one way to investigate that particular problem, if you just check this value with that value, because this is the value we are aiming at to look into and to find this value to get the data of Muzaffar Zishan based on this particular value. So similarly, we can check is equal to whether exact that value is identical with that value or not. The answer again should be false. But if we want to get this result exact, this value with the trim function value, which is this one, and this should give us an answer true. So by applying the trim function, we have eliminated all the spaces, and we can verify that these spaces have been removed by this exact function, right? So now you can, or we can, after using this trim function, we can copy this and we can paste this, paste as values. So we don't have any function, we have only values. So you can eliminate this, and we can paste that, and now we will have whatever value that we will be applying over here. For example, OP114, OP114, we will get the required answer. So this is the second issue normally people face, that how the data that the data that we received may contain certain spaces, and how to remove these spaces. So we can use the trim function to eliminate the spaces, but in order to investigate whether your the data that you have received may contain certain spaces, you have two very simple, straightforward function. One is the length, and other is the exact function that can make it show that whether the data may contain spaces or not. So this is the second issue normally we will be facing with the data we receive from external sources. The third issue is text to column issue. Again, the data we received. Okay, again, the data we received from any external source, we have the data like this. So 1, 2, 3, 4. If you look at this data, you have the first 5 values, and then you have space. Maybe this is the reference number or something else. This is the product code maybe, and these are the ABC, monitor, whatever. This is the product itself. So if you want to, say, make some sort of analysis on this particular data, we will be unable to do that. But we have one feature with us, which is text to column feature, that allow us to reproduce this data into this particular form. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have P1, 2, 3, ABC, all in separate columns, and the product name is the 4th column. So let's try to do this. And remember, this data is in one column. So what we can do is just select this data, go to the data tab, and we have in the data tools group, we have text to columns. If you click text to columns, and we have two options available here. One is delimited and other is fixed width. For example, we have the spaces over here. We have the spaces over here. So we may say that we have the data set is delimited with the spaces. So this is the text to column visit, and we are in the step 2 of 3, and this just that what sort of delimiters that you have in your data. So right now we have spaces and we have that, and we have some sort of a preview. In this particular preview, you see that this data will come in first column, this is the second column, this is in the third column. But this is actually, we have X, Y, Z and monitor, and we have space in between. And if we use this particular, we don't have the data like this we are aiming at. Or if I click finish, so you will see we have the data like this, but we want the data to be like this. The first 3 values, let me control Z. The first 3 values, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, P1, 2, 3, A and ABC has to be in the separate columns, but the remaining part of this has to be in the 4th column. So we have monitor, that is okay, but we have XYZ space monitor. If we use the space as a delimiter, so this XYZ will be taken into 4th column and monitor will be in the 5th column. And similarly for the rest of the data, but we don't want to do this. So again, we have the second option with us. So click the data, and we have the text to column, and the second option is the fixed width. So if we click the fixed width, click next. So this will give us an idea that what we want to do. So if you put your mouse pointer there, and if you want to, you have the privilege of, you have the luxury of extending this particular. If I select this, this will be in the 4th column, right? But what we want to do is, our requirement is that this, and this will be in the 1st, 2nd or 3rd column, but the rest of the data is in the 4th column. So what you can do is, so you just put your pointer, drag it back, and release the mouse pointer over here. So now that is fine. This preview suggests that this data set will be converted into various columns, the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th column. So click next, all the finish, and what we'll get, we will get the desired result. So this is what actually we want, and this is the data that we have achieved through text to column. Okay, the 4th issue, and this is one of the frequently asked question that I normally get from different audience. Okay, these are the date column, and this data again received the data from different sources, different external sources, and we want to convert this data into a date format. One way, okay, let's try this way. Normally what people do is select this data and go to Home tab and click write the date. So from here they try to convert this data format into a date. So we did that, but we see that the data is in that particular form. So there are so many different ways, but the easiest way of this is, let me delete this. Let me delete this. Okay. Now I'm just this is again, okay, journal. Okay, I'm copying this data. There is no need to copy this data, but maybe I want to redo this again, so I'm copying this data. So I'm copying this data, and I want to convert this data into a date column, date format. So again, click the data tab and go to the data tools, go to the text to columns, and then just press the next button. There are few features that are built in that are hidden in this wizard, very powerful and very interesting and very simple. So next, there is nothing that we need over here, so we don't have any either space tab whatever. So click text once again, and right in the third step, so column data format. So we are converting this data, which is right now in journal format, and we want to convert either into the text or the date. Okay, if I click the date, and in this I have some other options with me. MDY means month, date and year. DMY means the date, month and year. Y, so you have different options to present your dates. So maybe it is a DMY, and rest is the same, and just click finish, and you will get the data transformed into a date format. So this is a very simple features of text to column a feature, and very important. This is one of the problem people face. Now there is another problem that some of us are facing, and that is this particular data set we are having. Okay. Sometimes we do receive data, numerical data in this particular form. This minus represents that this is a negative value, and the number that does not have any negative symbol, it represents a positive value. But as far as second value containing A2 is concerned, we have a minus symbol at the right of the number. We have two alternatives. We have two different options. Option number one is either we could use this function, a complicated function. What actually it did, I'm not rewriting this function. I'm just explaining this function. This says that if write is actually a text function that will extract the value or the number of characters from the right of the text. So this function, this checks that write A2, this is A2, comma 1, it means that this value contain this symbol or not. So this says that if write A2, comma 1 is equal to minus, if that is the case, if this number contain a symbol at the right, then what to do? So use a minus, append it with the left of A2, length A2 minus 1. So minus 1, this will reduce minus 1, eliminate that, and the comma of value 2. So it will take this out 1510 appended minus on the left, and we will have the answer like this. Some of you feel it's a very tricky function, but apparently it looks like, but it's not. But we have another very, very simple and straightforward, say, features that will resolve this issue. What you need to do is you need to select this data. Okay, let me copy this because as I know that I might be doing this again. Okay, look at this. Select this one. Click the data tab and then go to the data tools, text to columns, and just click next, next, and finish. There is no need to use such function right over here. Use the text to column function. This will resolve this issue, that it will take all the minus symbols which are on the right, they put it on the back. Let me show you where options is available. Next, next, and in the third step of this visit, you have this button which is known as the advance. If you click the advance and somewhere, okay, if you look at this particular trailing minus for negative numbers. So if you have, this should be checked. So if you have any symbol, if you have numbers and you have any symbols on the right of that number, that will be treated as a negative number, and that is because of this particular option. So that is built-in option. It is in the third step of the column to convert text to column visit. So this should be checked, and normally it is checked. So that is why we just need to select this data and use the text to column function. Just click, 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 and you will get the appropriate answer. There is another similar sort of issue that we may have. Okay, in some of, okay, you may have received data of this particular sort.
So, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but there is an announcement I would like to make. All the presentation documents have been emailed to all the registrants. Please access your email accounts and download those handouts and place them in front of you so that you can attend the webinar and
effectively.
Yeah.
I hope you are doing this with me as well. Okay, fine. Okay, let's continue. We have this data we may have received from, again, a different source. And we want to transform this data into this particular form. So the question is what we want to do. There are, again, different ways to do that. But we will be using text to column feature, of course, but there are a few other things. We have just seen that in this particular example, if we have a minus sign at the right of the number, and if we use the text to column function, all the trailing minus will be reproduced, it will be taken as a negative number. So the minus sign comes on the left. So if we take this, and if we know that credit means the negative number, what we can do is we can use the find and replace feature. So just type, use Control H. Control H will take you the find and replace dialog box. So what we want to find CR, which is the credit, and we want to replace it with the minus and then replace all. So we have replaced all the credit CR to minus, and now what we want to do with, what about the DR? So similarly, you replace this DR with the space and then replace all. Now we have this data. Now close this and use the text to column function. Then select this text to column and then next text and then finish. So we have the data which is cleaned now, and you can perform whatever operation that you want to perform right over here. Now the next one. Okay. This particular data that we have, this assume that, let me just, okay, if you look at this data, somewhere here, okay. So you have BTM, and you have this is the region, these are the cities. Apparently it looks, and it is actually the case, that in the region of BTN, these are the cities of the BTN, Balochistan. And these are the product, or these are the summary of the city of Gawada. But if we want to, say, use the sorting operation or maybe the filtering operation, we are unable to do it correctly. So for example, I want to, say, use a filter operation. So just I want to, say, want BTN. So if I click BTN, and you will see we have only one record associated with a BTN. Now the problem is, why is that? Because these are all empty spaces over here. So it recognizes only one record associated with BTN. Similarly, if you have, say, want to use, say, Gawadar. Okay, Gawadar. Now this is Gawadar. It will take only one Gawadar from this data set, but we know that we have different values of Gawadar here. So this is actually the case. We have seen that we are unable to perform the filter operation. Similarly, if we try to sort this data, we will unable to sort this data. And if we want to perform some sort of calculation on this data, we will unable to do that. Okay. One thing that I have already discussed in my previous webinars when I discuss the pivot table and stuff. We need to normalize your data. Normalize your data means that every column, every cell of the data set must contain a value. That is the most important point if you want to analyze the data. If there are spaces in between the data set, you won't be able to uh, analyze this data properly. So what we need to do is we need to fill in these gaps. We want this column till here to be filled with BTN. We want this section to be filled with Gwadar, this to be filled with Quetta, this will be Siddhi, and so on and so forth. Whatever the case, for example, Peshawar, this data set is for Peshawar, and this is for all KPK. So what we want to do is, one way is just type BTN, and then copy all the way down. Similarly, Gwadar, copy all the way down till here. But this is a very time-consuming activity. So, is there any way? We should have, or we have that. What we need to do is, first of all, we need to select this data. So, in order to select this data, you have three different options. One single shortcut key is control static. So control static is the shortcut key to select the current region. This is the data now is selected by clicking the control static. Now, what should we do now? We have selected this data, but we want to fill the gaps, fill the empty spaces with the relevant data. We cannot enter data on the cell which is already occupied. We only can enter data on the empty cells. Now the first question is how to select the empty cells. You can select the empty cells by clicking the Home tab. After making that selection, clicking the Home tab, then go to the editing group where you find and select, and then here you will find go to special, and here you will find a very interesting and a powerful go to special dialog box. Here you have different options. Some of the options I will be discussing in this webinar, but right now we have on the left column, we have this option blanks. If you click blank and click OK, all the data from this data set, all the blank cells are selected. So this is go to special. This is one way of going towards go to special. So we have another way. Control static, Control G, so go to, and then you have special. This is another way. So blank and click OK. So now we have selected the empty cells of this data set. Now what to do? When you do that, or when you have done this at this step, you will find one cell within the empty data cells that allow you to enter something. We can either enter a value, but right now we don't want to enter a value. Rather, we want to enter a function. And if you know the difference between a relative reference or the absolute reference, I have discussed again that thing in my previous a webinar, I am using a very, very simple and straightforward function. So I want to replicate Gavadar right over here. So after selecting this, I'm just writing is equal to Gavadar is right now is in B2. 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 If I press enter, don't press enter right now, don't press enter. If I press enter, only enter, in B3 you will get only Gavadar, right? But we have selected all the empty cells, and we have just put the B2. So if I copy this cell to the downward empty spaces, what will happen, because this is, I've used a relative reference. When I copy this, B2 become B3 and B3 become B4, right? So that is why I have used the relative reference. Now, I have used this, so I want to copy this so that I will get the Gavadar till B7, right? Now, what will happen is, when you selected that and you have written something on, whether it is a formula or anything, and when you press Control Enter, as soon as you press Control Enter, you will see that your data is filled in with the data that we want to have. Because of this particular B2, which is the relative reference, and by clicking the Control Enter, all the selected cells will be filled with the formula, this particular formula. And since it is relative reference, so this formula is copied, and the value which is in the previous cell will be copied to the next cell. So that is how you can fill this, all the gaps. Now you can do the filter operation. If you click the filter operation, for example, BTN, you will have all the BTN with you. And if you want to get the Gavadar result, you can have the Gavadar result. Now the things become easier for you, how you can use this particular feature, right? Okay, now the next sheet, that is normalize. Okay, just what insert these columns. Okay, just assume that we have this data set. Okay, look at this data set. Okay, can we perform any analysis on this data? Sir, can we do that? Answer is simply no. For example, okay, if you look at this data, one thing is very, very important, because before analyzing your data, because transforming your data, you need to understand your data. So this data is some sort of a data that is the HR data. This is the employee code, this is the name, this is the department, this is the joining date, this is the designation, this is the status, and this is the basic pay. Okay, just assume that you have this report generated by some other software, and you have imported this into an Excel for some sort of analysis on the basic pay, maybe a department wise or maybe the designation wise. We won't be able to do that. So what we need to do is we need to first transform this data into a tabular form. Once it is in the tabular form, then we can perform a different type of analysis. Now there are two different ways to do that. One is with the function, and other is with the macro, and that we will do afterwards. But first of all, look at this data. We have this data right over here. So what tabular data means that this has to be somewhere like this. So transposes. We should have employee code here. We should have name here. We should have department here, and we have data here. So just like we have this data set to be copy and transpose like this. So we should have data. Similarly, we have this data in this underneath this record, and similarly all this sort of data. Then we will be able to analyze this data. Now the question is how we can transform this data into that form. Okay. Now just look at the data first and see what we can do that. If you look at the pattern, just try to identify a pattern that might exist in this data set. If you see, you have one cell that is empty above, and then you have this value. Similarly, if you look at here, you have one empty cell over here, and then all the records that are separated by one empty row, right? So what we can do is we can have this data like this. If I do that, this is become QC, but I want to automate sort of and make an automation by using in functions. So what we can do is we use the if function and the offset function. I hope you know what is an offset function. Okay, I will. Okay, first of all, let me show you what is an offset function, and then I will come to that. Offset function is a function. It is information retrieval function that will get the data from a certain location from the offset of some sort of location. For example, if I'm here and I want to get the data of department, so this is my base cell address, and I want to get this data from here. So what I will do is offset function reference is your this one. For example, I want to start from here, but I want to get this data. I want to retrieve that data while staying at this particular location. So C2, how many rows that I need to go down, because I want to get this. So this is 1 and 2. So I will put 2. 2 means that I've go down 2 rows and the columns. So I'm not moving here. I'm just follow this column only. So I'm not moving right or left. So I'm clicking the 0. This means that while I'm staying here, I want to get this data, which is 2 rows down and 0 column wide. So if you click enter, you will get the QCT. So just offset C2 is the reference, it is the base address from where we want to retrieve, So 2 spaces, 2 rows down and 0 columns forward or backward. So there is no left or right. We are still in the C column. So there is column for 0, but we are moving 2 rows down. So we have to have 2 over here. So this is the offset function. So I will be using this offset function in order to transform this data into this particular form, into a tabular form. Okay, so just remove that. Is equal to if. I want to use if. Because we have identified a pattern in this data set, so we have this data set from this cell. If I say if this cell is empty, we need to build a logic by identifying a pattern. So whatever pattern that we have identified, our functions, our features will be based on that. So I have identified this pattern, so I'm utilizing this pattern. So I'm saying if C1 is equal to nothing, so we don't have anything in C1. So what we want to do, we want to have C2 and then enter. So we have Q111. So this is the formula, very, very simple formula, that if this cell contain nothing or empty, that it will get this column for us, enter. And then we have all the way down, and we have one issue because we did not point out that what will happen if this function will give you a false value. So, comma, empty. So this says that if C1, if this value is empty, then it will get this value from C2. Otherwise, put empty or void. So click OK and then go to down, and we will. That is OK. So we have QC111, OP114, AD111%. So we are getting the right values. Now, in the case of name, is equal to if. Again, I'm saying that if this value is equal to empty, then offset. Now I'm using the offset function. I'm from here, from C2. How many rows I need to go down? 1, because I want to extract this one. 1. How many columns I need to deviate? 0. And if this value C1 does not contain, when it does contain a value, then click this one and then OK. So I've got Zafarzishan, and now I have this value. And similarly, what you can do is use this function. Use this is equal to if you have this value, repeat this, but with only one difference. C, then you have offset. Okay, offset function. Starting from here, now I'm 2, 0. Otherwise, this one, and then enter. And if you double click, we should get, okay, we have OPR operation. Similarly, repeat this. If this value, this is comma, then offset offset this value, comma, how many rows we want joining date, so 1, 2, 3, so 3, comma 0. Okay. So we want comma this thing, and we have getting all the right values. Repeat this if this is equal to no, then offset starting from here, then you have how many rows we want to go down, because we want to get the designation. So from here 1, 2, 3, 4, so 4, comma 0, and then we have this thing and we have enter. So we get helper. Okay, yes, we get helper assistant. So we are left with 2 more. Let's do it quickly. Is equal to if. Okay, just if we have this value is equal to nothing, then we want to have offset from here. How many rows do we need? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, comma 0, and we have this value, and then enter. And let me do this is equal to if, and then we have C1 is equal to nothing, then offset C2, and how many rows we do? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 6, comma 0, and we have this. Finish, enter, and let it be. So we have all this data with us. Now what we can do is we can copy this data. Then we have the paste converting into values, and now eliminate this data, delete this data. Again, we have already. Okay. Now what we can do is we can select this data. Okay, control home. Okay, this, and then we have sort this data. Now this is the data set we have after applying this function. Now your data is normalized. Now whatever operation that you want to perform, or what sort of analysis that you want to make, you can do that on this data set. Okay, we have a question here.
Yeah, we have some questions here. Kasim Mahmood is asking, what does K represent in an aggregate function?
Okay. What else?
Amber is asking, sir, could you please repeat the VLOOKUP formula? Amber, you can watch the recorded session. Can you? Usman Azhar is asking, if we use VLOOKUP in QC 111, have two values, suppose name Ali and name Usman. How can we have both values displayed?
Okay, I will not now, but I will show you at the end of the session that how we can do that. But anyhow, if we have any other question, because we are going for a break, and I will answer a few of the questions.
Martha is asking how to use exact formula if we have two similar values
So there might be spaces somewhere. There should be, it not be the case. If the values are exact, and they should give you the true answer. It cannot.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we should go for a 15 minutes break.
Yeah.
And after the break, we will resume from here, and we will give you asks, right? So let's have it's a 15 minutes break.
Yeah.
So just resume after 15 minutes.
Yeah.
What you can do is you just normalize this data. Whatever I've completed this data, that I've transformed this data set into that form. Repeat this, use the offset function and the if function, and normalize this data, and give me or generate a report based on that what is the total amount of basic pay of various department. First, you need to normalize this data and then produce a summary that what is the total basic pay you are paying with respect to department.
Subtotal department.
Yes, subtotal department wise. So do that. Okay, let's resume. Okay, before the break, I have given you one very simple task, and I hopefully you have done that. Please raise your hand if you have done that. So I don't find any in this particular column. I don't find anyone.
You can scroll down.
Okay, good. Good, 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 very good, very good.
Ahmed Javed has done it.
Oh, no, no.
Eamon Tariq
Okay,
has
good,
done
good,
it.
good, very good, very good.
Yeah.
Majority of the people have done that.
Yeah.
Good, great, brilliant. Okay, have you generated a summary? I hope you have done this as well. So let me minimize it. Okay. Hopefully you have generated a summary, and for those who haven't able to generate a summary, we have again we have different options. For example, if you want to generate a summary of this particular department-wise summary, I'm just giving you the idea that how we can do that. How many we have QCT, we have PRD, we have OPR, and we have MKT, ATM. We have 5 different. I'm copying it. I'm just generating a summary. Space, remove duplicates. Okay, okay. So this is the basic sum of basic pay, sum of basic pay. Either we can do it through a pivot table or by the sum if function. So let me the sum if function sum if function, let it be the sum ranges this one. It goes 2 down. We have this function. We have F4. F4 concept F4, and then we have the criteria range is department. We have this criteria range. Where is the criteria range? Okay, here is the criteria range. F4, and the criteria is this much. So this is the function, and this is the summary that you generate using this. So I've used the SUMIF function in order to generate this summary. So in the department of PRD, QCT, you have 20,000, PRD 78,000, OPR this much. MK marketing department is the most, say, the majority of the basic pay is from the marketing copy. So this is how you make analysis on the basis of this a data set if you have transformed this data. Now let's do this thing. Okay, we are doing the same thing. We will be converting this data set from this to that, this form. Okay, so let's see how we can do that. Okay, now I'm doing this with a macro. I'm not writing a macro, rather I'm recording a macro. So macro is for automation. So if you have the task like these, that you want to normalize your data, and again we have identified the pattern right over here, and we want to say convert that data into a tabular form. So we need to identify those steps, and these steps will be recorded, and then when we run that macro, your data will be transformed the way it should be. So again, we have just copy this, copy, and then we have paste this, transform this. So what we want to, okay, rather here, move this here. Okay. So what we want to, like employee code over here. So I want to, not right now. Okay. So what I want to do is, first of all, I need to show you what are the steps that I need to use in order to transform this data. So if I'm here, I will cut this and then I will paste this. So this is normally I'm doing cut it, paste it, paste it, cut it, paste it, and then cut it, paste it. So, and then I need to say delete all of these. So these are the steps that I need to perform and I need to record in order to convert this data into a tabular form. But first of all, understand few things regarding the macro. Okay, macro is whatever step that we will perform, and if these are recorded, it will generate a code behind the scene. And when we execute that macro, these code will be executed, and all the operations, all the steps that we have performed will be executed. So we will only record one macro, and that macro will be executed a number of times. And we don't have to use the functions. We only use the cut, copy, paste operation, delete some sort of rows in order to do that. But before recording a macro, we need to put a developer tab as we have right over here. For those who don't have any developer tab, if they want to have this, so this is the way to do it. Just click the file button, then go to options, and options you have the customize ribbon, and customize ribbon on the right hand column you will find all the options available, and you should find the developer tab over here. Just click the developer tab and then click OK. You should have developer tab over here. Once you have that, click that and you should find all of this. So we have to record a macro. Just remember, we have this button which is very, very important, which is known as the use relative reference. By default, whenever we record a macro, it is recorded by default into a absolute reference. So if I will record this macro by default, whatever operations, whatever steps I perform, it will be reproduced on the same location because it is recorded on the basis of the absolute reference. So make it sure, remember, we in this particular example, we need to use the relative reference. So you need to click this. So make sure this button is highlighted. That indicates that whatever operations we will be performing, and it will be recorded with relative reference. Okay, once you do that, click the record macro button. This will give us the record macro dialog box. It will ask you a few questions and we need to fill in these boxes. First of all, we need to give the macro name, for example, to normalize data. Normalize data. Make sure there should not be any spaces in between the name of the macro. So normalize data. And if we want to assign this macro a key, so let it be control A. So I am assigning this macro a key which is A, and I will execute it with control A. Okay, remember one thing here. Whenever I recorded a macro and assign a control A key, for example, so we know that control A is associated with one operation of selecting the entire sheet or maybe the entire region. So whenever this sheet is contain macro that is associated with the control A key, the Excel conventional feature that is associated with control A will be neglected. And in fact, whenever I use control A, the macro will be executed and not that operation that we normally do with that. So control A, and then I want to save this macro on this workbook only because this is one-time operation and I want to use this macro only on that sheet, and once I'm done, I will delete that macro. So click OK. Now, very carefully follow these steps. What we want to do is, we want to move one row down, then control X, and then move here and control V. And then we move here, control X, and then we have control V. Then we have moved to this one, control X, and then we have JDate, control V. Move to that one, control X, and then you have designation part, this one, then go to here, control X, and then you have the status, control V, and then you have this much, control X, and then you have control V. So we have converted these cut, copy, paste, and from column to row. Now the last operation is select these rows, delete those rows, and then click this one and stop recording. We have recorded a macro, and all the steps that we have just performed are recording. The code is being generated. I don't want to show the code to you. I just want to show you how you will be execute that macro and what will happen to this. So I have associated this recorded macro with a shortcut key which is control A. I'm right over here in the employee code column in that part, and this is the record I want to transform from here to here. So right over here, if I press control A once, you will see what happened. the whole record is transformed. And if you click Control and keep on pressing A, you will see what will happen. You see what happened? The whole data is normalized. So this is the beauty of the macro. But make it sure the macro operation is irreversible. Once it is done, it is done. You cannot undo that. So Control Z won't work on macro. So make sure that whatever steps that we have performed, they have been recorded accurately. There is one experience that I have I've gained, and that is whenever you record your first macro, it is never recorded correctly. For a very simple reason that sometimes we are unable to perform the operations correctly. So what you can do is, first of all, just develop a logic and then write your steps one by one. Step number 1, step number 2, step number 3, and so on and so forth. And then plan it accordingly. And then follow these steps, record macro, and then perform these steps one by one sequentially, and then stop recording. And then you can apply this. Once it is done, now you can see that what will happen. So this is how you can record a macro. I hope this macro is useful for you. We may have certain other activities with this, but right now I'm closing this journal data issue problems. If you have any question on this, you can ask now, because I am closing this.
Shweb, Ishfaq is asking, how can we do it with a single click via macro if data is too big?
Okay, I just pointed out that there are two ways of writing a macro. One is recording a macro, and other is writing a macro. If you want to write a macro, then you need to understand the VBA, the Visual Basic for Application. So you need to understand the different commands, different statements, and then you will be able to just click one single keystroke, and then all the things will be done automatically. But in the second thing, we have recorded one series of steps. So if you click Control A, only that will be executed. So you need to keep on pressing Control A again and again, so that all the data will be done accordingly. So this is, if you want to do that, you need to learn VBA. Then you'll be able to do that. But as I pointed out, that these sort of operations are only for maybe one-time activity. We receive the data, and then we follow the pattern. We identify the pattern, and on the basis of that pattern, we build a logic, and we need to identify those steps, and then we follow those steps to record a macro, and then execute that macro by clicking Control any key combination continuously. It's a matter of say half a second, maybe, or maybe less than that. Maybe you have a huge amount of data. It can be done like this in that 30 seconds.
Mohammed Asif is asking that he is having runtime error 1004.
Okay. As I just pointed out a few minutes earlier, that it is in our observation that if you are new to this macro recording, the first time you record a macro, it is unlikely that you record a correct macro. So there is a reason that you may have skipped one of the steps here and there, or maybe you have say maybe you have done the step number 5 instead of step number 3. So there might be any reason for that. So that is why you need to plan your macro first. You need to plan, first of all, you need to build your logic by identify the pattern within the data set, and then after planning you need to identify those steps. It is highly recommended that you should write those steps, and then according to these written steps you follow and record your macro. Then you are in a position to be able to record a correct macro.
Abdul Rahman Majid is asking how to delete the macro.
How to delete a macro? Okay, if you click developer and then you have the macro and you have again macro. So either you can run a macro, you can edit a macro, or you can delete a macro. So if you click that, you can delete a macro. Okay, some of you want to see what code being generated behind the scene. If you step in for edit, you will see this is the code that is being generated. Right? So that is Alt F8, Alt F11. Okay, fine. Any other question?
Yeah. Bilal was,
okay, this is the last question.
yeah, okay. Muhammad Irfan is asking, can I create a loop of macros so that I can not have to use the keys?
This question is related to the previous one, and the answer is the same. So you need to understand, you need to learn the Visual Basic, where you have such a capability. You can use the for loop, you can use the while loop, and you can have some other loops as well. So those of you who want to learn VBA, this is the ideal start. Just record simple macro, see the code, and you will understand what the code is. It's very, very simple and straightforward. So maybe since some other time we may have some session on that as well, but maybe it's not planned as yet. All right. Okay, fine. Okay, there is one more question which Shweb, I think, has asked about the aggregate function. Okay. The K means that is the optional part of the aggregate function. We know that aggregate function is used for a variety of the operations. We have the sum, we have the average, we have some other as well. We have percentile, we have small, we have large. So these are some of the functions, right? So for example, if you know what is a small function or the large function, and if you want to get the k's smallest value, for example, if you have, for example, these values, and you want to get the second lowest value from this data set. So if an aggregate function, I guess the code for small is 4. You want the second value, the k will be 2. So means you have used the small function in the aggregate, and the kth value is 2, means that will return the second smallest value from this data set. So k is actually the indication that what will be the nth value or the kth value that you want to return based on the code that you have used for appropriate function, either small, large, or whatever. Okay, fine. Let's minimize this. I don't want to save it because, okay. Now, let's move to some text data cleaning. The second is text data cleaning. Okay. In this, there are certain sheets. Do we have? Okay, fine. We will see. It hardly take 5-10 minutes to do that. Okay, the first sheet. Unfortunately, the example that being generated, developed, that was on Excel 2013. And the Excel that I'm using right now is 2010. So there are certain functions which we will not be able to use right over here. So one is that. So non-printable characters, so maybe we have use get this data from certain source, and we have all these characters that we may have right over here, and we want to eliminate that. But unfortunately, in 2010, we don't have any functions that will be used to do that. I'm just giving you the idea this function won't work here, but in 2013 and onward, that is done. The function name is clean. So clean is a function that is used to eliminate all the non-printable characters from the text that we have. So how to use it? It is very simple. Clean. Okay, we do have clean in 2010. Okay, that's great. Is it 2010, sir? Okay, I will look into clean. This is A2, and let's see what will happen. So all the data, all the non-printable character, all the non-printable characters, they are being eliminated, right? So this is the clean functions. Very, very simple, very, very straightforward. So that's it, as far as clean is concerned. Now, second option. Okay. Okay, eliminate column B. Eliminate column B. So you have this data set. Again, we have received this data from somewhere else. And in column A, we have this data. Muzaffar, Zishan, Wahid, comma, Shahzad, Jafri, dot, comma, Naid. So what we want to do is we want to eliminate, we want to get rid of this comma. In some of the companies, this is the requirement that there should not be any comma within the first name and the last name. So how we can do that? Right? Very, very simple stuff. We have used the text function name as the substitute function. Say maybe the regular name. Regular name. Okay. So what we want to do is we want to eliminate this comma. We want to get rid of this comma. So it's very, very simple. Use the substitute. Substitute is equal to substitute function. Now the substitute function, what actually this function does, this will take one character or two character, maybe more than that, and we want to replace that with the text which is present in the original data set. So the thing is, we want to get rid of comma, and instead we want to have a space in between only. So the function is very simple. Substitute. The first argument of this is text. This is the text that we want to process from A2. Then we have the comma. Then the old text, what we want to replace. So we want to replace the comma. See, And we want to replace this with what? We want to replace this with maybe nothing, because we have already have a space in between. So if we use a space, we will have a space, extra space over here, and then we will have to use the trim function and so on and so forth. And that's it. But we have another extra argument which is optional, and maybe someone asked why this extra argument will does. Sometimes we have to use this optional because we may have second comma somewhere else. So this will, if we have a comma somewhere here after Zishan comma, and we want to get rid of that comma, the second instance of the comma, then we need to put the comma 2. This means the second occurrence of that character, that is a comma. If we have 2 commas in this text, the second occurrence of the comma will be replaced by this whatever we have entered. So since we don't have any comma and we don't want to use it, click, that will be done. So we don't have any comma. This is how you can do this. This is the substitute function. Then, okay, this is the simplest of the task. Look at this. We have this data set, which is some data is capital letters, some is small letters, some is the combination of both. So you want to convert this data into a standard form. So either you want to convert it into an uppercase, lowercase, or a proper case. So you can simply do that by upper. By upper is a text that will convert with this. Then, right? Then you have the lowercase. This value you want to transform into lowercase. This is transform into lowercase. And if you want to be converted into proper case means that the sentence or the text, the first character of every word will be converted into capital. The rest will be the small letters. So the proper, and this is, so you see the lowercase, the uppercase, and the proper case. So you have converted these text to the way you wanted to, right? Then you have the handling of the spaces. We have already done that, but again, if you have the data like this, we have the data at the leading spaces, trailing spaces, and some of the names do contain spaces, more than one space in between. So let's see again the regular names is equal to again the trim function. So you will see what this function will does. It will eliminate all the leading and the trailing spaces, and the in between only one space will be left and remaining will be gone, right? Then we have this concatenation stuff. We have the first name and the last name. Maybe this is the first name and this is the last name. And what we want to do, we want to combine. This is the reverse of text to column. We want to say have this data Muzaffar Zishan into one. So names. So we have concatenation. Concatenate is the function, and this function says so Muzaffar A2, comma, and B2. So what this will does, it will concatenate. Concatenate is a process of combining two text values. If I press enter, so Muzaffar Zishan will be displayed here, but without the space. So in order to put a space in between, what we need to do, we need to insert a space here, comma, and that's it. I haven't space, so this is done. And if you don't want to use the concatenate function, there is alternative of that. So we have this one, then we have the ampersand. This is a concatenated operator. Again we have and then we have this thing. So this will give you the same result. Right, so this will give you the same result, simple as that. So this is how you concatenate. There are two ways to do that. Then you have text to column. Okay, text to column function, if I apply this text to column, data text to column, so delimited by space, space, next, finish, it does, but sometime maybe, okay, if you look at this, Hafiz Saifur Rahman, Hafiz, then space, then Saif, then space, then UR, then space, and then Rahman. So unfortunately, text to column function fails here, but we do have certain features with the help of which we can handle such issues, but we will do that shortly. But before that, these functions, left function, right function, I haven't, but substitute, concatenate, these are some of the functions. So I will be transforming this data without using a function now. So let's discuss that maybe. Sir, we have a problem. We have an issue.
What is that?
An issue is the version. Okay, we will plan to do that. We will try to do that. There is a feature in 2013 known as flash fill. Flash fill is an excellent addition to Excel. This feature eliminates the use of a variety of text functions. You don't need to use the left function, right function, substitute function, this function, that function, upper, lower. Without using these functions, you still be able to get that. So maybe after the break, I will try to switch to 2013 to show you how this feature works, right? So let's close this down. There is one thing that might be left. That is where we're dealing with cases, handling spaces, text to column maybe. Where is that? Okay, fine. Okay, I want you to do this. Apply the substitute function. I'm giving you 2 minutes to do that. Applying a substitute function, replace the second hyphen with the number sign. Use the substitute function and replace the number sign with the hyphen. so that we will have this result new part number. Okay, I gave you one simple task, and I hope you have done this, that you need to reproduce this text to that form. You need to replace the second hyphen and replace it with the number sign. And you need to use the substitute function. So this is the substitute function that you have used. So this 2 means is the second occurrence. This 2 means is the second occurrence of this hyphen. So this is how you could do this. Okay, fine. Let's close this. And now go to special examples. Okay, reference. Okay, fine. Okay, fine. Clear, great. Now look at this data set. This is go to special examples. So 1, 2, 3 examples I'm going right now. One of the issues that we may come across, and that is we may have certain blank rows in the data set. Look at here, we have this data, this row number 3 and 4, we have row number 7, we have row number 10, 11, 12, then 15 and 16. So we have this data set, this data, and we have these many rows which are blank. And this is the requirement of the data to be analyzed, that there should not be any empty cells within the data set. So if these are the cells, if these are the empty rows, the analysis will be a bit difficult. We can do that, but maybe. But in order to delete all these rows, blank rows, what can be done? So let's do that. First of all, we need to select the entire data set, and then again click the home tab, go to the find and select, and then go to special, and then we have the blank cells, blanks, click blanks. So by doing this, we have identified, or we have selected the blank rows. Now, once we have done that, use the combination, shortcut key combination is control minus. Control minus. Once you do that, you will see that all the selected row or the blank rows have been deleted. Control Z, I'm undoing this. So if you forgot to use the control minus shortcut key, you have the home tab and then you have the delete and then you have the delete cell. So delete cell is the shortcut, control minus is the shortcut key of delete cell. Once you do that, and you will see all the blank rows are gone. Now move to the second option. Okay, in order to analyze the data, or maybe we want to clean that data, the data may be big enough, and we want to see that in particular column or in a particular data range, what sort of data we should have. One of the rule of data normalization is that the column must contain a consistent data. Means that if it is numeric, it must be numeric. All the column must contain a numeric data. Or if the data is textual data, then that data must contain a text data. There should not be any mixture of that. Either you have the text data or the numeric data within the column, not both. In order to see what will happen, is there any data present in this particular, if you look at this, we have two values, which is 215 and 215, which is numeric, and the rest of the data is, let's say, text data, and see what you can do if you want to replace 2015 with something else, and how you can do that with one go. What you need to do, just either go from home, find select, and go to special, or control G and special, and then use this, go to special dialog box, go to constants, just underneath the contents, and then see if you have any numbers available in that, and you will see you have two numbers right over here. Right, so maybe South and OUTH, and control enter, and you will see the two numbers that have been highlighted in this particular column is changed to South, or whatever text that we want to put in. Similarly, if you look at this data set, if you look at this particular data set, you have this is the order date, and we have one inconsistent data in that column, and that is September. This is the date column, and we want to check whether if the data set is long, and if we want to see if there is any other data that is inconsistent, control G, then special, special, and see again constants, and now we want to see what the text. Click OK, and you will find that there is a text in that, and just want to change it, maybe 8, 22, and 2015. So make your data a bit consistent. So that column contain a consistent data. Now the analysis becomes easy. Now there is another very interesting options available in the go to special, and that is if we want to see that these two columns or the row contain a similar sort of a data. If you look at here, we have 55815, 55815, that is similar data, invoice and the paid. Then you have the 94908, and then you have 9408 similarly. This data is different. Then this data is different. Then this data is different. And we want to see that what two rows contain different type of data. So what you need to do is you need to select this data set and then go to find and select, go to special, and then go to special. You have row difference. If you click row difference, click OK, and you will see this is the data that is different from their corresponding rows. So one way you can do this, you can highlight this data, right? You can sort this data sort by color, sort by, do we have the option over here? Please, cell color, put cell color on top. Okay. Sort with respect to paid and cell color, no cell color, this color is on top. Okay, on top. So you can see that these are the data set. So you can analyze your data, you can look into the data in variety of ways that how this go to special is useful. Now, next, okay. This option is useful in forensic analysis, data forensic analysis, right? Maybe someone have used this data set and look at this particular column, commission, this much. These are 10% of the commission. And 45415 and the commission is 1000, and for this the commission is this much. So in someone has manually typed 1000 right over here. So if you want to see that what is the last cell accessed by the user on this particular sheet, you can go to the home tab, go find and select, and go to special, and then you have the last cell. So this is the last cell. And when you click OK, and you will see this is the cell which was last accessed by the user before closing this file. So, and if you look at the remaining cells, these are all formulas. But if you look at here, this is the number. So apparently it looks like that someone has manually overwrite the value of the formula. So you can easily access by the last cell feature. Okay, one more thing I guess that we can have. Let me see whether we do have this option available with data cleaning examples. Okay, so one last option we forgot to in text data cleaning. So this is the last one before moving to the second break. Okay, we are 5 minutes per break. Okay, if you look at this particular data set, so correcting spelling with filter, very strange, but we still do that. Let's see. First, analyze your data. What data is? So look at this. We have Muzaffar, Muzaffar, Muzaffar. These are maybe we know that this Muzaffar is the same person, but the data entered by different data operators. And we, after consolidation, we get this sort of a report. If we want to see that how many occurrences do we have for Muzaffar, just check it by converting this into a pivot table. So go to pivot table, and say the new sheet. We have the date here, we have the count here, and you will see that we have all are one, but we have 5 Muzaffar with MUZAFAR. We have 3 Muzaffar with MUZAFER, and we have 9 Muzaffar with double FAR. Right? So it means we know one thing for sure, that this person is actually 1. The name is 1. So we want to correct the spelling of this 1 Muzaffar with MUZFAR. So let's see how we can do that. First of all, we need to say make a filter of this data, and then we have filter, and then okay, before applying the filter, we need to look into the data set and try to identify any patterns that data is showing. For all the data cleansing and data cleaning, that is mandatory. You need to try to identify if there is any pattern that exists. If it does, then the rest of the tasks become quite easy. If you look at this particular data set, we have identified that Muzaffar, so there are 3 different Muzaffar, although the name of the Muzaffar or the spellings, they are different. And we are also sure that this is the spelling mistake. So Muzaffar is MUZAFAR. So we need to correct these Muzaffar as well. So what you need to do is, we have the pattern is in this particular case that Muzaffar start with M and then you have U. So MU and the last character is R. Whatever in between right now is immaterial. So we have identified the pattern, and that is the first 2 characters is RMU and the last one is R. We have the last 2 characters in 2 of the AR, but in the third one is ER. So we cannot take that as a pattern. So we have R as the last element, last character, and MU is the first character. So what we need to do is just select only Muzaffar. 3 Muzaffars, 1, 2, and 3. And now we have this Muzaffar. Okay, we have this Muzaffar. So what we need to do is, we need to select all of these. We need to type in the right MUs, okay, make it capital MUZAFAR Muzaffar, and then control enter. As soon as you press the control enter, all the selected identifier rows, they have changed their values. So now click all of these. So we have Muzaffar, Muzaffar, all is the right one. And now just go to this one. We have 3 different, so just refresh it. So we have now 1 Muzaffar, and then in that we have 17 occurrences. So that is how you can correct the spelling mistake if there is any in your data set. So this is one of the strategy by using the filter option and the control enter features. This is the way to do it. So we will be having our second break. Okay, so I'm asked that I have to answer a few questions. Huh?
Yeah.
Ji, any question?
Yeah, we have a couple of questions. Let me get to them. Ikram is asking, can we copy one macro in another worksheet?
Yes, we can. We can apply. Okay, whenever we use a macro, their scope is the definition of their scope is in our hand. We can use macro in that particular macro in one sheet. We can use that in the entire workbook, or we can use that macro globally. Means that whatever workbook that we have in our system, we can apply that macro. So the scope that we need to identify, we need to define. So the answer is yes, we can copy that. And we can not only copy that, we have written only one macro or we recorded one macro. It can be used in multiple workbooks, multiple worksheets. There is no need to copy as such.
Sunil Shahzad is asking, how can VPA help an accountant in their job? Do we need to serve time on it?
It all depends on you. That if you are conversant with the actual Excel functionality, then it is okay. But at times you need to build some sort of forms, some sort of reports, and you want to use this on the daily basis. Then I think VBA is a very good time-consuming, time-saving tool. So it all depends that how you use it, how you look at your problems, and how you solve your problems. So it's a great time-saving tool, macros. You can simply look at this very simple example. There are very small set of data we have here, but if we have an enormous amount of data, see how long will it take to convert, to normalize your data without a macro.
Let's move on.
Yes.
Kindle Tarek is asking, please tell what if we have a data which need to insert commas in between the value of two cells.
We need to insert a comma in between two values.
Yeah.
So it's very simple. You need to use the substitute function.
Yeah.
That's it.
And type a comma instead of
Type of
space.
Mm-hmm. The second one is replace. The third one is mid string. You need to write the combination of mid string, right function, mid function, and some other function in order to do that. So you can do that. But if I have 2013, this question you would not have asked.
Yeah. Abdul Mahmoudi is asking what is the difference between and A and the and in Excel.
And okay, the ampersand is actually the concatenating operator. So you can use it as a function, as a replacement of the concatenation function. Whereas and itself is a function that is used to combine two or more criteria to get the final answer of either true or false. So these are two different things. And is the ampersand is a concatenation operators combining two strings, but whereas and is a logical function. And I have discussed in one of my previous webinars. Yes, any other question? Any further?
Abdul Rahman Majid is again asking, sir, can we use Power Query instead of using text to column?
Excellent question. Yes, we can. And Power Query is more powerful than text to column. But we have to have 2013 or say Power Query installed in your system.
Muhammad Saqib Ali Rashidi is asking in text to column issues, what if we want just monitor in last column and all alphabets, ABCs or A's in the third column?
Sorry, say it again.
In text to column issues, what if we want just monitor in the last column and all the alphabets AAA, triple B, triple C or triple A in third column?
Okay, every feature has certain pros and cons, right? Text to column actually is limited to only that. So we cannot do that with text to column. But we have two different alternatives to that. One is we can use the write function or the combination of text functions. We can do that, number one. And the second alternative is the use of Power Query. And maybe if we don't have any technical issues, we will use Power Query as a replacement of the text to column. We will do that.
Yeah. So Nail Abid is asking, sir, can we use VLOOKUP function with any condition as we do an if function?
Technically speaking, VLOOKUP only get the value from the lookup. In fact, matches one value with the lookup column. So technically, we can't.
Okay, that's it.
That's it. Okay, let's have a break. You just try to perform this last operation that we did. One says that how to correct the spellings of using the filter function, right? Just do that.
Can we,
15 minutes.
sorry, Khurram, can we, before going to break, can we have the poll as well? So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm just going to share a poll question with you on the screen. This is feedback about the session. I will appreciate if all of you can very quickly give me your feedback. So that's recorded. So on your screens, you will see this question appearing. It says, how do you like the session? Can you share your feedback, please? Excellent, very useful, could have been better, acceptable. Just need your feedback, please. I'll give you about a minute for you to give me your feedback. Okay, 30 more seconds. I want all the people on the webinar to share the feedback with me. This feedback is essential. We need to know if the contents of the webinar were good, if you found them useful, or if there is any possibility of improvement. All right, thank you very much. Just one more question, and that is, there are quite a few areas of Microsoft Excel that we people routinely use. In your questions dialog box, can you please type down the particular area of Microsoft Excel or the topic of in Microsoft Excel that you find the most challenging? The topic in Microsoft Excel that you find the most challenging. What we'll do is we'll compile all the responses that we get, and based on that we will come up with a future webinar in Microsoft Excel on these topics, and see if we can help you with your these areas where you find the most challenges. So just in the questions dialog box, just type in your the sections that you find the most difficult to use in Microsoft Excel. Yeah, I know macros, you're right.
Okay, let's resume our session. Okay, I need to make a very small announcement and very important announcement. Right now, we don't have the licensed version of Excel 2013 where we can use the Power Query. So it is being decided that the Power Query topic is deferred to the next webinar, and inshallah we will have a full-fledged a webinar only dedicated to Power Query only. We will be discussing only Power Query in that webinar. So that is the announcement that I need to make. We will do that later, but we have lots and lots of questions, and we will try to answer those questions. So please, Saf, if you have.
Yeah.
Please.
We have a question from, I don't know his name. Can you please show the alternative function for concatenate?
Okay, let me have concatenate. Okay, let's assume we have this data set with me, and I want to concatenate these two values. So I will give you the concatenate function, then the alternate function, and one more feature that we could have, but it is in 2013. So the later version. So maybe we will do that with the Power Query, so we can have the concatenate with Power Query as well. So we will do that in that part. But the two methods or the two ways to concatenate is, one is that I can use the concatenate function. This comma, we have this space, and then we have this value. So this is one way of concatenation, and the second one is this one. We have this value, then we have ampersand operator, which is the concatenating operator, then we have the spaces, and then we have and then we have this thing, and this is how these two functions are. This is the concatenate function, and this is the alternative methods of ampersand. I hope that answers your question.
Rehan is asking, hello sir, can you please repeat repeating label function?
Okay, repeat function was in the other one, that is journal data issue. Okay. So repeating labels. So if you look at this data, what we need to do is we need to select this data first. So control static is used to select the entire data set, and then we need to select the spaces, the empty cells, and that we can do through control G and special. Go to special dialog box, and where we have the blank cells. So click blanks, and then we have OK. Once we have that, we need to write a formula. It's right over here. So we want to have Gavadir underneath that till the quota, before the quota. And similarly, we want to have BTN right from here to till the end, the next occupied cell. So we will have to use the what you may call it, the relative reference formula, and that is equal to we have B2. So B2 is the cell which reference which has the value Gavadir, and then just press Control Enter. this is the control enter. The formula is copied, and because it is the relative reference, the formula is accessed through relative reference. So that is copied, and that is how we do the repeating labels functions.
Shabazz Ali Gupta is asking how can we convert numeric values into English using macro normally used to print checks.
Okay. Yes, we can do that. There are two ways to do that. Number one, either you need to write a code for it, and we don't have the time or maybe the capability right now to do that. But even that, if we don't have the capability, but we still be able to do that, right? Before answering this question, let me ask Saf one thing from you. Can we access the web?
Web browser?
Hmm.
Yeah. You can click on the web browser.
Okay, fine. I need to download the code
Code?
from okay, fine. So we don't have the capability to write the code, but still we can use the code written by someone for people like us. So we can use this and we can do that. For example, let we have this copy, just copy this value and paste it, say right over here. So we have this value, and what we want to do is we want to convert this numbers into a into words, right? And we need to write a macro. In macros, what we can do is there are two things in macros. One is known as the procedures, and other is known as the function. In macros, we will be using, rather we will be developing a function that is being developed by someone. We will be only utilizing that particular code. So what we can do is we can go to the, first of all, the browser, then go to the, maybe Google it. We have the Google here. Just type convert numbers to number to words, your figures to your fig to figure, figure into words into Excel. So how to convert? So we have how to convert, maybe the first link that we have, just click that. And maybe somewhere, okay, this is the code that we will be using. This is the code that we will be using in order to solve this problem, right? Just copy this. This is, right, it's a long code, Control C, and then go back to our journal data issue. Then go to the developer tab. Then go to the Visual Basic. And somewhere here we have the insert and module. What you need to do is insert module and then paste that code that has been copied from the net, from the web, right? Now, we need to analyze the code. This is actually the function, and we need to use that function as we use normal Excel function. But we need to identify the main function. So if you look at this, we have, this is the main function, and this, the name of the function is spell number, right? So we have copied this into the Visual Basic editor, but where in the Visual Basic editor? It must be in the module. So in order to get the module, either you can right click and insert module, or you can use this insert and module. Once you have that, then just copy that and the thing is done. Go to Alt F11, Alt F11. Now this is amount in words, right? We should have spell check, spell number here, and just select that, and let's just press enter. Let's see what will happen. So $4,100,000 and no cents. Okay. Now, in your respective countries, maybe dollar is not the unit, right? It's not the, in Pakistan we have rupees and pesos. So what we can do is we can go to the Microsoft Visual Basic editor, the code that we have copied. Then we have used the Control H. Find what? We need to find dollars, and then replace it with rupees. Replace all. So we have 11 replacement. Click OK. Whatever value that we have dollars in the code is replaced by the rupees. And then we have cents. Then we have cents, and we have here pesos. Replace all. We should have 11 replacement. Okay. Then click done. Then go back to where we have now, instead of dollar, we want to have rupees and pesos. The function is already there. We just need to recalculate. Press F9. Press F9 and you will see you have 4,100,000 rupees, no pesos. If you change this amount, say this is 10 rupees and no pesos. This is 123, this is 123 rupees and no pesos. You have 125.50, so you have 125 rupees and 50 pesos. And if you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, this 0.75, so this is 123,458 rupees and 75 pesos, whatever. So this is how you can do that. So this is the macro. You have get the code from the web, incorporate it through the macro in the module section, and that's it. And if you want to make a minor adjustment, you can do that. I hope that answers his questions.
Yeah.
Any other questions, sir?
Yes, sir. Most of them are having difficulties with macros, pivot tables, Visual Basic, charts, simple data cleansing, and large data handling.
Simple data cleansing, or that we have already covered. Majority of the things that normally we do come across, the issues we come across, we have already answered, we have already addressed those issues. But as far as the pivot table is concerned, we have already had webinars on pivot tables. but we don't have the macro thing. So maybe that is the suggestion for the next webinar.
Yeah.
Right.
Sensitivity analysis also, power lookup, data modeling.
So that is all out of the scope of this particular thing.
Goal seek and scenario based.
Okay. Nankya, what is the name of the person who have asked this question?
It spells like, sorry if I'm spelling it incorrectly. It spells like Suyama Jaya Singhi.
Okay, Suyama Jaya Singhi, goal seek, scenario manager, and data tables. So these are the three topics in the what if analysis that we had already covered in webinar level 2, Excel level 2. So if you want to have a look at it, you can go to
Our YouTube channel.
our YouTube channel and say level 2.
Yeah.
So it is only discuss various features about Excel. So in that webinar, we did discuss that.
Yeah.
Actually, if I
Malik is asking how to define logic rule, for example, use of if conditions.
use of if condition. So if condition.
These are not questions that you really have. These are suggestions for a future webinar. So it's not that people are asking these questions. These are suggestions that they.
Okay, as far as if function is concerned,
questions.
again we need to look into that what we want to achieve through the if function. Say, for example, I'm giving you a very simple example right over here. So there are any number which is 10, and we want to say whether this number is the bigger number as compared to the other one, or it is the lesser number, or it is something else. So again, that is, or say, let me give you a very simple example. So I'm putting few numbers here. Okay, so these are 3, 4, 5 numbers. The point is what these numbers are all about. Maybe this is the unit sold of any product, right? We need to, if you want to build a logic about a if statement, you need to understand the data first and the context first. What should be the context of this particular data set? Maybe the marketing manager or maybe the head of the department, they want to give them some sort of motivational bonus for those who have sold more than 500 unit, say rupees 500, right? So if that is the case, that is the scenario, that is the context. So we need to build our logic accordingly. If that is the case, that the marketing manager wants to give the bonus to those employees or those salesmen who have sold more than 500 units. So in that case, we need to use the if function, and if function is very, very simple. It says that is the logic. If this is the unit sold, and that is actually the context provided by the marketing manager, that those who want, those actually who sold greater than or equal to 500 units, which is in by 2, those will be given, say, for example, 500 rupees as a bonus. And for others, it is no bonus, that is 0. So that is the logic. That is how you can use if function in order to apply that logic to that particular context. So that is, so we should have three 500 values right over here, because 522, 785, and 624, all these are greater than 500 units. So this is how you can use the if function or any other function. Not it's not limited to if function. Whenever you need to build a logic, you need to understand the data, number one, and number two, the context in which a particular function is being applied. So once you understand that what you need to do, and that only that can be inferred through the context. Once it is done, then the rest of the task is quite easy. Just you need to use the function accordingly. I hope that answers your question. Any other questions, sir?
Yes. Fahim is asking, can you explain the difference between absolute reference and relative reference?
Fahim, you need to go back to level number 1 webinar on Excel that we have conducted almost 8-9 months ago. This has been explained in detail in that webinar. So that is okay. I think we need to answer this, or because it has already been explained in level 1 webinar. Okay. Do we have some other question of this sort? Okay, I'm sorry, Fahim. You need to go back to level 1 webinar to have a look at what is the difference between. This is a very simple and straightforward and out of the scope of this.
You can watch the recorded session on our YouTube channel, ACC Pakistan. All the videos have been uploaded on our channel.
Okay, I have seen few questions on VLOOKUP, right? Some of the people, they have asked that how we can use the VLOOKUP function, number one. And another question related to VLOOKUP is that if there are multiple values exist in the data set based on single value, how we can have the multiple values. So I can answer both of the questions, and along with that, the relative reference or the absolute reference can be answered. So if there is another important question we have, then we will answer that first, and then we will look into that.
We don't have any particular question regarding these topics, but there are some generic questions, if you would like me to.
Okay, we still have time.
Yeah. Arun Bhatti is asking, how can we merge more than one Excel sheet to one sheet through Visual Basic?
What's the name?
Arun Bhatti.
Harun Bhatti sir, you don't require to learn VBA to perform this function, because we have another excellent tool attached to the Excel, and that is Power Query. But unfortunately, for some reasons, we are unable to cover that. We can do that in not one way, but in different ways using Power Query, and we will do that in that webinar, inshallah, soon. But to answer your question, how we can do that through VBA, again, we need to learn VBA first. For example, we need to know how the for loop works. We know how to have different components of the worksheet, different objects, and how you can manipulate that. So that can't be discussed in that time frame. But without using a macro, you'll still be able to do that. But that can be done through Power Query. Any other related questions? If no, then I will go back and discuss VLOOKUP and then the.
Yeah.
Okay, that's it. Okay, fine. Okay, what I will do now, I will.
Yeah, there is one question.
Okay.
Nadeem Shadab is asking how can we copy data from plain unfiltered column to a filtered column?
Filtered column
To an
okay.
unfiltered column.
Okay.
To a filtered column.
Okay, maybe he wants that we have a data set and we have filtered that data. Only the filtered data that he wants to copy to other sheet maybe. Okay, if that is question, let me see, do we have any other thing available with us? Okay. Okay, what we can do is we can insert. Okay. Let's insert a new. We have, for example, department. So maybe QCT. Okay, we have the data set. We have the data set. Okay. Yeah. Repeating labels. Okay. This is okay. Fine. Okay, let's have this. Look at this data. We want to filter this data, and we want to copy this data, only the filtered data to some other location. So that can be done quite easily. What you can do is, so you need to just Control A, then data tab, go to filter, and say maybe we want to have only the PTN, and then you have here, and in this column you have Gwadar and Quetta only, and in this column we have laptop. Okay, fine. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It is only almost in sequence. So what we can do is, okay, not the Gwadar one. Let it be select all. Let it be laptop and monitor only. Okay, now, so that is the data set that is filtered. So we do have some rows that is hidden now. So if you want to copy this data, only that data, the data which is resided in row number 4, 5, 6, and 7, 10, 11, 12, 13, it should not be copied. So what you can do is, first of all, you need to select that. Then you need to click either Alt semicolon or go to special, Control G, special, and then visible cells only. So click that, click OK. This will only select visible cells. The data which is behind the scene will not be selected, only the visible data is selected. Now you can Control C and you can copy this data to where you want to copy that. So this is how it is done. Right, I hope that answers your question. Right, anything else? No question as such? Okay, fine. Okay, last bit of the day, and that is two questions actually. One is just to review what VLOOKUP is, and the second is that if we have multiple instances based on one lookup value in the data set, how we can have these multiple instances. Let's develop a very simple data set. So maybe we have some sort of roll number. Maybe we have 10, 20, and these are few values. And maybe we have certain marks, say out of 85, 65, 75, 90 this, 65, 78, 90 this, 63 and 7. Okay. So we want to use the VLOOKUP function in order to retrieve data. VLOOKUP function basically is an information retrieval function. We can retrieve data based on a single value. I'm giving you one example that you have the NIC number maybe, and in Pakistan the NAGRA can extract all the information based on our CNIC number. Similarly, in the banks, if you have the account number, you can extract the data of the account holder based on your account number. So basically, VLOOKUP function is used to extract data, to get data based on a single value. So in this particular example, this is the lookup column. We want to extract the marks based on the roll number. So we can, if we type enter, say roll number, and I want to have marks over here. I want to have marks over here. So what I can do is, so this is maybe the 20. So I want to have marks of a person who has roll number 20. So how can I do that? Is equal to VLOOKUP. This is the value that I want to locate. I want to find, I want to search. From where? From this particular range. So A2, B10, this is the range, and from which column I want to retrieve data? I want to retrieve data from column number 2. So marks are in column number 2. So if 20 is located somewhere here in this particular column, the leftmost column, then accordingly from second column, the marks will be retrieved. So we have roll number 20. So this is the 20, and in the second column we have 65. So this function should retrieve 65. So we have 65. One thing more. Sometimes we need to retrieve data based on the exact matching. What is meant by exact matching? That say if I enter 20, say maybe 35, that number does not exist in this particular range. So, but it still will give me the answer because it is search based on approximation mode. So if I click 35, so this will give me the answer 75 because this is in 30, in between 30 and 39. So whatever value that is not identical with that but falls somewhere in that particular range, so this will yield the lowest value. For example, 35. So it will give you the value number 75. So if I click this one, so this is 75. So this is based on approximation mode. And if I want to get the exact match, for example, if that number exists, then it should give me the answer. Otherwise, not applicable. So For this, what I need to do is, so after the column index, I need to put the 0 or the false. If I click false, so 35 does not exist in that area. This should give me the not applicable. But if there is a number that exists, maybe 60 that exists, it should give me 78. So this is how VLOOKUP works very, very in the, that is what is the simple way. Now I will give you one very simple example. That is normally one of the question, the frequently asked question. That if we have a data something like this, we have 10 here, and maybe we have 10 here. So whenever I click 10, this will only give me 85. It won't give me this 65, and it won't give me this 75. That is one of the drawback of VLOOKUP function, that it will extract only the first occurrence of the number that actually been searched. So in order to do that, we need to, we have 2-3 different alternatives to solve this issue. One is to make use of the helper column, number one. Number two, I can have another method, which is the use of the index function. What I will do is, I will, since I don't have time to explain, because it will take a lot more time, so what can I do is, okay, just give me a couple of minutes to get that file for you, so that I can explain all this, how we can do that. Just give me a couple of minutes to fetch the file for you. ये भी विषय में दबा दें। ये मुझे एक क्वेरी आई थी किसी बैंक से, उसके लिए बना के sample. Thank you, Harun. Okay, fine. This is one of the problems that I have received from one of my clients. And according to him, he sent this sample data for me. And he actually look at this particular data. We have employee numbers 745, and that is the training. Similarly, we have, look at this data, we have 2 occurrences of Saleh, and then we have 3 occurrences of Naz and so on and so forth. So we may have some other Naim Khan. These are 2, right? So what actually he wants that that these values, these trainings, for example, Naz has attended performance management system. She also attended roadshow, and she also attended Wins philosophy and this. He wants that all this training attended by Ms. Naz has to be displayed in the separate column. So we have Naz over here. We have, this is the second one, and this is the third one. Roadshow, and this is the third one. So that actually he wants to do. So what we did actually, we actually created a helper column which says unique ID. So that we have done through the concatenation process. So we have this, and we have actually attended 1. So
Screen sharing issue.
okay, this is actually the data set, right? What we have. The one solution that I gave, which is the simple one, that I need to create a unique ID for each of the row. So how actually I did countf. I've used the countf function. So this is countf. So this is countf. This one, if it is countf is equal to 1, what actually I did, C2, and I attached 1. So if the occurrences of 745 is 1, then I have attached 1. If the occurrence of any of the employee ID is 2, I have attached 2. Similarly, 3, right? So we have 1, 2, 3. So actually, I did that. I've created this very, very simple and straightforward unique ID. This is the helper column. I need to create this because this is the limitation of the VLOOKUP function, that it only have one unique identifier for a particular row. So we need to have a unique ID for each of the row. Although we have in this particular data set multiple occurrences of the various employee ID, but we need to generate unique ID for each of the employees that is present in this particular data set. So we use the countf function. Countf function generate that how much this particular number exists. If it is 1, we have concatenated with C2 1. Similarly, if there are 2, we have 2, and so on and so forth. Once we have done that, we have moved to the second sheet where the summary report has to be generated. We have, this is the employee ID that I need to search the values of trainings from this particular data source. What actually I did, I've used this VLOOKUP sample data. This is the sample data. This is the data set, right? This is the whole data set I'm getting the data from. VLOOKUP, the leftmost column is the lookup column from where the data is to be searched. So here what actually I did, I use a simple VLOOKUP function, sample data. This is the sample data, C2 and 1. C2 is employee ID and 1 is the first occurrence. So simply when I click that, it gives me the first occurrences of each. Now here, what actually I did, I've used the if-error function. We look up sample data C32. So I've used the value against this 745.1, then 745.2, I've concatenated that. So if you look at here, what actually I did, I'm looking at the value C2. This is the C2 and attached 1 with that. So C2 becomes this one. I've identified this and I will retrieve this value from there. And then in the second column, what actually did C2 and 2. So I concatenated that value with 2, and from this particular value I get, if there is an error, put a space, otherwise I retrieve the value from the second occurrence. And similarly in this particular range, look at here. So what actually I'm looking, C2 and 3. So 3 is the third occurrence, and similarly we can go going on with this set. If you have more than 3, so you need to have another column, and then instead of C2 and 3, you should use C2 and 4 and C2 and 5. So this is one simple, very simple solution to that particular problem. We may have to keep different alternatives, but that require the understanding and the knowledge of the array formulas, and we have to have some functions like small row, columns, index function. So we need to construct a bit more complex formula in order to retrieve same sort of information from that sample data. This sheet will be emailed to all of you, right? You can, right? Yes. So this sheet can be will be emailed to all of you. You can look at this particular sheet, and if you have any question on that, my email is with you. Most of the participants have already emailed, and they frequently asked various type of questions, and I try to answer those questions. And if you still have any question on this, you can always ask me. I think now it's time. If you have any question, we still have 2-3 minutes to go. I will try to answer, but if we don't have any questions, let's call it a day. Sir, do we have any questions?
No.
No questions?
That's it.
Okay, I think what we actually did, we tried to explore some of the techniques of data cleaning, preparing your data for the analysis. We have discussed some of the issues with the data that we may have for the analysis, and we have used some text functions, some other functions, some features, text to column features, and some filter functions. We have also used the macro, and we have tried to answer a few of the questions which are out of the scope of this webinar. That is one of the questions that I recall, that is how to convert a number into figure. And I hope that helps you and make your data more ready for analysis. Right? Thank you very much, all of you.